Good evening. Sorry for those technical difficulties there. We're continuing to track severe weather across the western portions of the state here this evening and into central Kansas as well. We're tracking a severe storm around the Hays area. Let's go ahead and put the radar up to the current time. You can see we're tracking a line of storms from south central Nebraska down into north central Kansas, and then another cluster of storms across the west central portions of the state. Let's head here to the Hays area right now where we're tracking a severe storm. Let's take a look at the latest. We have a threat for some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-size hail around the town of Ellis right now. The storm continues to push off to the east-northeast. It could be just to the north and west of Hays, that threat for some of that large hail, but perhaps some damaging winds within the Hays area. We'll keep an eye on it. Then the northern section of this storm has moved on further north into Rooks County, Plainville. You're likely about to get in on some large hail to quarter size, perhaps up to half-dollar size as the storm continues to push off to the north and east. 60-mile-per-hour winds also going to be possible with that storm. Let's take a look here into north central Kansas on up into Smith County. We're tracking some storms as well. These could go severe here within the next little while, and then across the west central portions of the state, we're tracking a cluster of storms that continues to push eastward. We're going to be looking at a risk for some damaging winds and some hail with this line of storms as it continues to push off to the east. The tornado warning that was in effect for Logan County has been allowed to expire. The rotation within the storm is weakened, and we no longer are looking at a tornado risk there. So again, that's what we're tracking right now. And as we back out across the state, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch in effect for north central Kansas. The watch here from southwest through the Hays area and on into the north central Kansas, that goes until midnight tonight. And then the watch here across the northwest portion of the state, that goes until 11 p.m. So we are going to be tracking severe weather for the next few hours, and it's still a little bit uncertain as to how these storms are going to unfold and how the event's going to unfold. We're watching these line of widely scattered storms through north central Kansas on into south central Nebraska, and this cluster of storms across west central Kansas. We're going to keep an eye on it, and it could perhaps form into a line and push east to east-southeastward across central and perhaps south central Kansas later on tonight, possibly requiring new watches to be issued. But again, that's if we can be looking at that, and if that does occur that way. So again, right now it's still a little bit uncertain as to how this is going to play out. But in the immediate, within the short term, we're going to be looking at over the next few hours the risk for some large hail damaging winds across west central into north central Kansas. So Hays area being impacted right now by a current storm, but we could perhaps be seeing this cluster of storms push toward the area, perhaps bringing a second round of severe weather here later on tonight. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to keep you up to date on the latest severe weather situation. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across western and central Kansas right now. As we take a look at the radar over the past 4 hours, you can see we're continuing to track a cluster of storms pushing eastward through southwest Kansas and another area of storms through north central Kansas, still affecting the Hays area. Let's start in the Hays area right now as we are going to take a look at all of these storms. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here for the eastern portions of Trego and Ellis County. It does include Hays. Let me get the latest information on that warning if I can find it up here. That goes until 9:30 now. Some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going to be possible at this storm. Let's see what our radar is estimating the hail size at. And yeah, it looks like where we see those shades of red, it's where we're looking at some hail up to quarter size, maybe even approaching some half-dollar size hail there. In fact, we had a storm report of some hail. Let's take a look at that here. We had an estimated report of quarter-size hail. That was at 7:59, just to the 5 miles southeast of Ogalla, Kansas, in Trego County. So again, that was a public report of some quarter-size hail. Again, that's generally the case, probably some quarter-sized hail to the southwest of the town of Ellis, and we're also going to be looking at the threat for some damaging winds where you see those shades of bright green. That's where we're looking at our damaging wind gust potential. And let's put this storm into motion. Again, those damaging winds 60 miles per hour as the storm continues to sort of train over the area, the sort of remain stationary over the same area. So see this green outlined area, that is a flash flood warning that has been issued. Of course, we saw heavy rain over the past couple of days, and that is where we're going to be looking at the threat for some flash flooding now as this storm continues to train over the same area. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Jewell and Smith counties until 9:30. Let's take a look at that storm. And that is going to be up here in north central Kansas. So we'll switch on over here to our statewide radar. We could be looking at some 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm here into Jewell and Smith counties, and that's going to be looks like the main threat right now is across south central Nebraska, east of Red Cloud, Nebraska, but again the far northeastern portions of Smith County and then into the northern portions of Jewell County north of Mankato. We could be looking at some of that 2-inch hail and winds to around 60 miles per hour. So again, we'll continue to monitor that storm, but for the time being it does look like the greatest threat at this point with that storm is there into the south central portions of Nebraska. It could be clipping the northern portions of Kansas here within the next little while. Let's head a little bit further to the south and west. Plainville, you're still maybe getting out some hail, although the core of the hail may be just off to your east. That's a severe thunderstorm warning there for Rooks and Osborne counties with a risk for some hail to quarter size and some damaging winds. Just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Gove and Logan counties with a threat for some penny-sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's head back to our high-resolution version of our radar and take a look at that. This is along that line of storms here across west central Kansas. Here's Logan County, and then this line of storms stretches down to around Garden City. Let's take a look here into Logan County. Again, a new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued there for Gove and Logan counties until 9:30. Severe storms pushing into the southeast at 45 miles per hour, going to be capable again of some penny-sized hail and damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. Let me see, is that our updated warning there? And yes, it is. So that is our new warning there within that rectangular box. Again, let me switch on over here. This is in Goodland area, so actually no, I'll switch back over here. We had a report here. This was at 8:14. We had a report there of a measured 58-mile-per-hour wind gust, but it could possibly be related to our frontal passage that's moving through, cold front through there at this point. But again, new severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail with that storm across Gove County. Let's head further south along this line where we are also tracking a severe thunderstorm warning here. Severe storms stretch from Shields down toward Dighton and just to the north and east of Garden City, just north of Calvesta. We're looking at a line of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour with this storm. You can see the shades of bright green. That's where we're looking at those damaging winds, and the leading edge of this is where that red changes to green and it continues to push off to the east. We're going to monitor this line carefully, as is the Weather Service, as I'm reading here behind the scenes, for the possibility of a spin-up tornado along this line. The rotation isn't strong just yet, but we're going to continue to monitor areas, especially there just east of Dighton in Lane County as the storm continues to push off to the east. And we're also going to be looking at a hail threat there. This was a report came in at 8:30 of some quarter-sized hail, along with estimated winds of 65 miles per hour, 8 miles west of Dighton in Lane County. So this line of storms is going to continue to push eastward. And again, the greatest threat for hail is going to be where you see some of those shades of red, is where our radar is estimating hail up to the size of quarters as that storm continues to push off the east. So again, we'll watch that line carefully. And then again, on up toward the Hayes area, we're tracking the severe storm, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern portions of Trego into Ellis County. Again, as we take a look, radar estimating we could now be looking at some hail approaching 2 inches there across the southeastern portions of Trego County, well southwest of Hayes at this point. And we're also going to be looking at a risk for some damaging winds there, mainly across the southeastern portion of Trego County right now. We'll continue to monitor that, but also a flash flood warning has been issued here for the green outlined area, because we've seen so much heavy rainfall over the past couple of days. This storm is just sort of training in the same spots, remaining sort of stationary. In fact, as we put it in motion, it earlier looked like it was moving northeast, but then that cell sort of split off into Plainville, so this may be more of a right-moving thing now across the western portions of Ellis County, southeastern Trego County. Again, large hail, damaging winds going to be the main threats with that storm. We'll see if that can impact Hayes, but we're also going to be looking at some deadly cloud-to-ground lightning with this storm. Again, you can see we're indicating that, where you see sort of the shades of the brighter, the whiter lightning icons. That's where we're looking at the lightning that has been more recent in activity. So we're going to continue to monitor that storm as it continues to push off to the south and east. We've had a lot going on. Let me show you our watch map and show you where we're expecting new watches to be issued soon. We have a severe thunderstorm watch, north central Kansas now, and still in the southwest Kansas. This watch does include Hayes, Dodge City, Garden City, Liberal, on up toward Plainville. Great Bend also included within this. That watch, that goes until midnight Central Time tonight. And we're also watching our watch here. In fact, though, it was just canceled. It was just canceled. Let me head back here. Let's head back to our radar picture, and I can show you that where it was canceled. In fact, you can see where we are looking at this yellow outlined area. That's where the severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled, so no longer in effect for Goodland and Colby or portions of north central Kansas toward Hoxie, Norton, and Hill City. But it does continue there again, north central Kansas. In fact, now it still does remain in effect here until 11 for Logan, Gove, and Wichita counties. The rest of the counties that are, if you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, it goes until midnight. Now let me back out here and show you what we're watching. This coming in from the Storm Prediction Center a few minutes ago. We are monitoring south central Kansas for the likelihood of a new severe thunderstorm watch. I haven't got to read the details on it, but I'd imagine this cluster of storms through north central Kansas is about to form into a line and push southeastward. So a new severe thunderstorm watch is likely across south central Kansas, including Wichita, within the next hour and a half. The main risk here is going to be some damaging winds. Could be looking at a MCS, a mesoscale convective system, basically just a line of storms, as I mentioned, that would be pushing southeastward. So again, that's what we're going to continue to watch there. That would likely include Wichita on up towards Salina, and then down southwest toward Hutchinson, the Greensburg area. Protection could be included within that as well. So that's the area that we're now monitoring for the possibility of a new severe thunderstorm watch due to this cluster of storms that's continuing to push off to the south and east. Could be impacting that area here later on tonight. So again, the current watches in place go until midnight, north central and the southwest Kansas. And again, we'll monitor south central Kansas, including Wichita, for the potential of a new severe thunderstorm watch to be issued here within the next hour and a half or so. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest severe weather situation. good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the western and central portions of the state this evening. The radar picture over the past 4 hours shows a cluster of storms now sort of interacting with this cluster that we had across north central Kansas and the cluster across west central Kansas, beginning to form one big line as we were sort of expecting here through the day today. And that's going to begin to push more in a southeasterly direction toward the Wichita area, Salina, Hutchinson, Pratt, Protection here later on tonight. So we're likely going to be seeing a new severe thunderstorm watch there here within the next hour to hour and a half. So we'll keep an eye on that. But first, let's go ahead and take a closer look at the warnings that we have currently in effect right now. Let's start out with the most dangerous portion of this line. We'll head here to the areas north of Dodge City, where we've had some damage reports with this line of storms. We're looking at 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this line of storms, where we see those shades of bright green. That's where we're looking at these damaging winds, and the leading line of it is right here where you see the red change to green. They're just west of Ness City, west of Jetmore, northwest of Dodge City. All of this continues to push off to the east, and as I put it into motion for you, you can see that eastward movement right now, and that's going to be affecting Ness City down toward Jetmore and Dodge City here within the next little while. We had some storm reports earlier with this storm. Let's take a look here. That's not actually a blizzard, but some damaging winds. We had a report of a few power pole lines down, as well as some tree damage in Dighton. Let's take a look here at another report that we had. This was at 8:49. We had a report from the public of some 6-inch tree limbs down, as well as some estimated 60 to 80-mile-per-hour winds. So again, a strong line of storms with a history of producing damage as this line continues to push eastward. Again, that report coming in there southwest of Dighton, 2 miles south of Amy there. That was in Lane County. So again, this line of storms continue to push eastward. Again, the leading line of damaging winds right now west of Ransom, west of Ness City, west of Jetmore, and northwest of Dodge City, but it is heading that way with this eastward progression at around 40 miles per hour. So again, we're going to monitor that line of storms carefully as it continues to push off to the east. Let's head here toward the Hays area, where we're tracking a severe thunderstorm warning as well. This storm has been over the area for at least an hour or so. It's been stationary here. Let's take a look at it right now. Again, you can see pretty much stationary, perhaps some southeastward movement, but again, it's been relatively stationary, which is why we've had a flash flood warning issued here for the western portions of Ellis, eastern portions of Trego County. Again, heavy rainfall through the past couple of days, and that's why we're looking at the flash flood warning there. Flash flooding potential as this storm is trained over the area, just remains stationary, adding to the pretty much flooding conditions that we've already had in place across the Hays areas west of Hays toward Ellis and then east of Waukene. So again, we're monitoring those storms carefully. They could be producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Let's take a look at what our radar is estimating the hail size at. That's the wrong product there again. Wherever you see these cores of red is where we could be looking at some hail up to around quarter size or so. So we're going to monitor that. Then again, the main threats with that storm are going to be for some areas of hail, as well as some damaging winds with this storm. Just got in a new report here. Let's head back to that line of storms that we're tracking with those winds up to 80 miles per hour possible. We just had a report come in, let's see, 5 miles east of Garden City. This was at 9:03, so about 10 minutes ago. 5-inch tree branches down and estimated 65-mile-per-hour winds there east of Garden City. There's that report there coming in. In fact, let's see, this is actually a measured wind gust coming in here. That was a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust actually measured in Garden City by the automated surface observation system there at the airport in Garden City. So we have some measured winds right now with this storm at that speed as this line of storms continues to push off to the east. Again, as we take a look at it, the line of damaging winds there, just getting ready to move through the Ransom area toward Ness City, down toward Jetmore and Dodge City. This is going to be right along US 283 from Dodge City north to Ransom is where we're looking at that damaging wind risk about to move through. So anyone driving north or southbound on there, driving is going to become very difficult here. Visibility is probably going to be lower due to the possibility of some blowing dust, as well as the heavy rain and very gusty winds, west to east winds on a north-south oriented road. That's going to be causing some issues, so we're going to keep an eye on that right now. So again, that's that line of storms there. We talked about that warning there in Ellis County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning across Logan County. I would say, though, that it looks like more of the severe risk. Although we could still may have pushed out of the area. It looks like we may still be looking at some damaging winds on the southeastern corner of the county, but this may be the gusty winds coming in behind the cold front across northwest Kansas right now, so we'll keep that in mind. Let's head here to the north central portion of the state north of Hays, where we're tracking some severe thunderstorm warnings as well, from northeast of Plainville over toward Osborne, east of Smith Center, and on into south central Nebraska right now. These storms could be producing some hail to quarter to half dollar size, damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, as well as some cloud to ground lightning. As we put it into motion for you, you can see that those storms are kicking off to the east right now, and they've rapidly developed through north central Kansas. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that activity right now. But again, areas just east of Smith Center, right around the Osborne area, and on up into the north central portions of the state. Again, this line of storms rapidly developing. We're going to keep an eye on it. Let's take a statewide view now and show you that we did earlier have the cluster of storms currently across west central Kansas was part of its own, but it's now combined with this cluster that we're seeing developing over north central Kansas, and it may take a second to load up some frames. No, it's actually loading here pretty good. This line of storms through central Kansas, losing some frames there. This line of storms here through central Kansas is likely going to begin to make more of a southeastward push towards Salina, down over toward Wichita, and perhaps down, or probably down toward the Protection area and Pratt. So we're going to keep an eye on that. A new severe thunderstorm watch likely here for south central Kansas, including Salina, Wichita, Hutchinson, Pratt, Protection. All of those locations could be included within this new watch that's likely to come here within an hour or so. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on. Again, as we head on here into the next couple of hours, I think our risk is going to transition more to some of these damaging outflow winds like we're seeing to the northwest of Dodge City. I still couldn't rule out some isolated large hail with the stronger cores of the storm, but again, all of this going to begin to push southeastward and more of a line with some damaging winds, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest severe weather situation. Good evening. We continue to track a line of storms across western Kansas, now pushing into central Kansas at this time. Here's the radar picture over the past 4 hours, and you can see we're beginning to see some interaction with the line that we saw earlier across north central Kansas, and that line that pushed out of west central Kansas, now forming into one big line that's going to begin to push southeastward here as we continue on into the overnight hours. Let's take a look at the radar up to the current time. You can see we have severe thunderstorm warnings here across southwest Kansas, beginning to push into central Kansas at this time. We also have some more severe thunderstorm warnings into the north central portion of the state. Let's start across southwest Kansas, where we're tracking a dangerous line of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour now, it looks like. Leading edge of the line just west of La Crosse, down south to west of Garfield, west of Kinsley, and it is now south and east of Dodge City. So again, this is the leading line of those damaging winds as this line of storms continues to push off to the east. We have had some wind reports. Let's take a look at the latest. We had a report here at 9:26 in Jetmore. We had a let's see here, winds estimated up to 60 miles per hour on the east side of Jetmore. Now that report coming in right within that region. Let's take a look here at the storm report that we got from the Ness City area. An estimated 60 mile per hour wind gust at 9:12 in Ness City. That report coming in from a trained spotter. And then we had an impressive report here. This was at 9:04, a measured 91 mile per hour wind gust 10 miles to the southwest of Ness City in Ness County. Again, that line of damaging winds continues to progress eastward fairly quickly. Don't think we're looking at 90 mile per hour winds now, but certainly some 70 mile per hour winds possible with that line of storms as it continues to progress eastward. We're getting we didn't get a full scan of the radar there from Dodge City, so we'll monitor that right now. But again, let's go back to our previous. Well, actually, no, we'll keep it here because this is still showing our leading line of damaging winds. Again, there just to the west of La Crosse, down to the west of Larned, northwest of Kinsley, and that is now the leading edge southeast of Dodge City, though Dodge City is probably still getting in on some gusty winds right now. But again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Rush, Pawnee, Edwards, the northern portions of Kiowa County, and the far eastern sections of Ford County. Again, some 70 mile per hour winds going to be possible with that line of storms as it continues to push off to the east right now. Let's head to the Hays area right now. We're not under any severe thunderstorm warnings. The severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire. We're not really looking at it much in the way of a wind or hail threat, but we are looking at a heavy rainfall threat. We got a report in here. Let's see if I can get that to click and load up there. Flash flood report there in the town of Ellis from an emergency manager. Emergency manager reported numerous streets flooded from curb to curb, as well as over county roads in Ellis County. So the reason for that is we've seen this storm develop a couple hours ago, and it's just been staying over the exact same area right now. So Hays getting in on some of the more moderate to heavy rainfall now, and the southeastern portions of Trego County, southwestern Ellis County has been getting in on some heavy rain for quite some time. This isn't good because we have seen some very heavy rainfall about 2 days ago. So this heavy rainfall isn't helping right now. We have a flash flood warning still in effect across the western portions of Ellis County, eastern Trego County. So the town of Ellis, again, reporting some flooding conditions there. So we need the rainfall, but not good news right now. Just got in a... no, not at this point. We'll talk about that here in a moment. Let's head here to north central Kansas right now, where we're tracking a couple severe thunderstorms as well from Mankato southwestward to the southeastern portion of Smith County. Another severe thunderstorm just to the south and east of Woodston. We could be looking at some quarter-sized hail and gusty winds up to 60 to perhaps 70 miles per hour with this line. Let's put it into motion and see where it's going. And we can see that it's pushing off in a easterly direction, sort of back building there southwest of Mankato toward Osborne. So we'll continue to monitor that line of storms as it continues to push off to the south and east. Just got in a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for south central Kansas. This does include Wichita as well as the Salina area down toward Protection, as we were talking about earlier. So again, just coming into us again, the new severe thunderstorm watch issued. Let me go ahead and read you the counties. Barber, Barton, Butler, Chase, Comanche, Cowley, Edwards, Ellsworth, Harper, Harvey, Kingman, Kiowa, Lincoln, McPherson, Marion, Pawnee, Pratt, Reno, Rice, Russell, Saline, Sedgwick, Stafford, and Sumner counties under a severe thunderstorm watch. That goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. So again, that does include Salina, down toward Wichita, and Pratt. Protection, all included within this severe thunderstorm watch now. Again, that goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. So again, we're continuing to monitor this line of storms. Again, the most significant portion of this line is here, where you can see actually it's sort of that green. That's the leading line of damaging winds being picked up there on the radar south and east of Dodge City. So that's going to remain south of Pratt, but that's racing eastward now. Is going to begin to push into central Kansas and potentially, if it can remain at its strength, into south central Kansas here later on tonight. But again, the county's not popping up there for that new watch, but again, it does include Wichita, Salina, as well as Hutchinson, the protection areas, Pratt, all included within this new severe thunderstorm watch here for south central Kansas. That goes until 4 a.m. So again, if we put the radar picture into motion here, over the past 4 hours, you can see that we are continuing to monitor this line of storms. It's going to continue to progress eastward here into the overnight hours. It's going to be posing a risk for some damaging winds. In fact, just getting in the latest here from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's see. Damaging winds to 70 miles per hour possible, as well as some large hail to ping pong ball size is going to be possible within this watch area through 4 a.m. Central Time. So again, as this line of storms continues to progress eastward, that's what we're going to continue to watch. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue with live streaming radar and severe weather coverage, and as well as on our Facebook page, you can get the latest severe weather coverage, facebook.com/SiriusWeather. Go on to Facebook, search Cirrus Weather. That'll pull it up for you as well. And also, we're following these storms on Twitter at SiriusWX. Keep it right here. We'll continue to keep you updated. Good evening. We continue to track severe storms moving into central Kansas right now. Let's take a look. We continue to track a line of storms here producing severe damaging wind gusts here from Barton County down into portions of south central Kansas. Now let's put the radar up to the current time and we can go ahead and take a look at things. This is the loop over the past 4 hours, but up to the current time, again, you can see we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings with this line that continues to push southeastward. Let's take a look at the storms on a high-resolution version of Storm View radar. And as we do take a look at things, again, you can see we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Barton County. It does include the city of Great Bend. Then we have severe thunderstorm warnings across the far eastern portions of Pawnee County down into Stafford, Pratt, and the northern sections of Barber County. Kiowa County also included in the just a small portion of Ford County, also included within this severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 11:15. Let's take a look at the winds within this storm, and we'll show you the leading line of these damaging winds is here, getting ready to move right through Great Bend and then west of St. John, and then getting ready to push into the northwestern sections of Pratt County, and then down toward Greensburg right now is where we're tracking this line of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, continue to push off to the east and southeast. If we do take a look here down toward the Ashland area, we could be looking at some winds as well here, perhaps up to 40 to 50 miles per hour tops as that continues to push off to the south and east. But the most significant risk of some severe damaging wind gusts, again, where I just pointed out. We had a report here right at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock, 7 miles south of Roselle in Pawnee County of an estimated 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So again, some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds going to be possible with this line as it continues to push southeastward. So St. John, the Pratt area, Greensburg, all going to be under the gun for this line of damaging winds as it continues to push off to the east. If it does maintain its strength, there is the possibility Wichita in south central Kansas, you could be impacted as well. So we're going to continue to monitor this though, but again, that would be not for another few hours. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. The damaging winds are the main risk with that line, not really looking at any hail within that area of the line. Let's move here to north central Kansas. We don't have any other active severe thunderstorm warnings now actually across north central Kansas. Just some strong storms that could be capable of some small hail, perhaps up to penny to nickel size, and perhaps some gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. Some deadly cloud to ground lightning as well. So you're still going to want to be indoors with these storms as we're still looking at some lightning as well within that line. Within that cluster of storms across north central Kansas. And again, the only severe weather risk right now is across the central and south central portions of the state, again with that line of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That's going to continue to progress southeastward here over the next couple of hours, could potentially be impacting the Wichita metro area here later on tonight, perhaps after midnight to 1 a.m. or so. And it's because of that we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for much of central Kansas. This goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. We still continue with the severe thunderstorm watch across north central Kansas, including Hays, and into the southwestern portion of the state, including Garden City, Dodge City, and Liberal. That goes until 12 a.m., so about another hour and a half left to go on that watch. And again, portions of central Kansas under this new severe thunderstorm watch, including Wichita, Salina, Hutchinson, down toward Protection under that new severe thunderstorm watch. That goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. Again, we're going to continue to track that line of storms that will progress southeastward through the state overnight tonight. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue with live streaming radar and severe weather coverage as needed. You can also follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/SiriusWeather and on Twitter at SiriusWX for the latest severe weather information. Good evening. We continue to track storms moving their way through central Kansas. A line of storms with some damaging winds right now, stretching from central Kansas west of Salina down toward the Wichita area right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar here. Up to the current time, this is the loop over the past 4 hours, but up to the current time, you can see this line moving through central Kansas. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now, so let's go ahead and take a look here as this line continues to push off to the east. At the line of damaging winds, we're getting into a bad spot on the radar here. I'm going to have to switch on over to the Wichita radar site, so that's going to take a moment to load up, but we'll let that load up and we'll switch on back over here to our main radar. And as we take a look at things right now, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here. Warnings there across Russell and Barton counties go until 11:30, as well as the Ellsworth and Rice County warning goes until 11:30, and the warning for Reno County goes until 11:30. It's for this line that's continuing to push eastward. We could be looking at a damaging wind risk up to 70 miles per hour, getting ready to move through Ellsworth and potentially over there toward Hutchinson. And we also have another severe thunderstorm warning further southwest down toward the Pratt area. Let me see if I can get the latest timing on that warning here. That warning goes until 11:15 there for Stafford, Pratt, Barber counties, the far eastern sections of Ford County, like we talked about earlier. That line of damaging winds is about to move through the Pratt area. And then again, that line stretches all the way up there toward Ellsworth, and then further south toward Hutchinson. Let's see. That's just a new update there on that warning for Reno County. So again, the main risk is going to be for some damaging straight line winds as this continues to push eastward. Now we've got our updated high resolution version of StormView radar going. So let's take a look at it right now. As we take a look at the winds within this storm, this is going to be the leading line of those damaging winds right now. So it's pushed through Great Bend. We actually have had some reports of some damaging wind gusts there. We had a report at 10:45, so about 10 minutes ago, in Great Bend, an estimated 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. That report coming in from law enforcement, and then another report of a measured 63-mile-per-hour wind gust at 10:35. That was at the Great Bend Airport with the automated observation system there. Earlier, when the storm moved through, we had a report at 10:08 of a measured 62-mile-per-hour wind gust in Pawnee County. So this storm has had some measured winds around 60 miles per hour, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some areas within this line producing winds up to 70 miles per hour right now. Again, moving right through Pratt on up east of Great Bend. This is continuing to push eastward toward Reno County, over up toward Rice and Ellsworth counties as well. If this does continue to maintain its strength, it could be impacting the Wichita metro area within the next hour or two. So we're going to continue to monitor this line as it continues to push off to the east. In the areas that you're seeing on the radar that are outlined here in this yellow, that is a severe thunderstorm watch across the western portion of the state. It goes until midnight, so another hour left to go on it. Then the watch across south central Kansas, that goes until 4 a.m. So this line is going to continue to push eastward, with the main risk being some damaging winds and some heavy rainfall. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue with live streaming radar and periodic updates as needed. Good evening. We continue to track a line of storms through central Kansas and another little area across the northeastern portion of the state right now. Let's put the radar picture up to the current time. You can see we're tracking this line of storms right now, stretching from I-70 southward down to Pratt. This line of storms continuing to push off to the east is posing a risk for some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Let's take a closer look at the storm on a high-resolution version of StormView radar. You can see that green line right there. That's the line of damaging outflow winds that is progressing eastward into now looks like the northwestern portions of Kingman County and through Reno County on up there toward Lyon County and up toward Ellsworth County as well. All continue to push off to the south and east. We just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Stafford, Pratt, Barber, Kiowa, down into Comanche counties, as well as the far southeastern portion of Ford County and far northeastern Clark County. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 12:15. Medicine Lodge included within this, as well as Pratt and Coldwater. Again, that line of damaging winds continue to push off to the south and east, and I'll show you where the leading edge of it is. Let me back out the view just a little bit so you can take a look at this thing as a whole a little bit greater. Again, you can see right up there toward Ellsworth County, right through the town of Lyons, and then moving through Reno County and the northwestern Kingman County and into Barber County is where we're looking at the leading edge of those damaging winds that is continuing to push off east to perhaps just east-southeastward right now. The strongest wind gust here across the western portions of Reno County. In fact, a few moments ago we had a report at 11:03 of an estimated 60 mile per hour wind gust in the town of Turon in Reno County. So we're going to continue to monitor this line as it continues to push off to the east. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning up in the northeastern portion of the state. This is a warning here for Riley as well as Clay County, the southwestern portions of Washington County, the far southeastern portions of Republic County, and into Cloud County. This storm pushing off to the south and east could be producing some quarter-size hail and 60 mile per hour winds currently in Clyde and then here momentarily in Clay Center. That could continue to push off to the south and east if it does remain severe, potentially impacting Manhattan here within the next little while, but overall I wouldn't. Overall, it doesn't look too strong at this point. So let's take a statewide view, and you can see, again, there's that storm that we were just looking at in northeast Kansas, and this line of storms continues to progress eastward with that risk for some damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. If these storms do maintain at their strength, that line of damaging winds could be moving through the Wichita metro area around or shortly after midnight. So we'll continue to track this line of storms as it continues to push off to the east in the areas that you see outlined in yellow. Here across central Kansas, that goes a severe thunderstorm watch till 4 a.m. The watch across western Kansas goes till midnight, so that may be let go early because the severe weather risk no longer is a threat there. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue with live streaming radar and periodic updates as needed. Good evening. We continue to track a line of storms moving through central Kansas this evening. Let's take a look at the latest. In fact, just getting an update on our severe thunderstorm warning across south central Kansas. At this point in time, let's put the radar picture up to the current point in time, and you can see we have a large area of storms stretching from north central Kansas down through south central Kansas. We actually only have one severe thunderstorm warning right now, and that is for the southern portions now of Pratt County and into Barber County. Areas that were a little bit further west of that were just dropped from the warning. So again, it does continue for the southern portion of Pratt and through all of Barber County here. This goes until 12:15, so about another 15 minutes left to go on this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at the storm in a little bit more detail right now as we head here to Barber County. Again, the leading line of damaging winds is here across the southern portion of the county from around Hardner down toward Kiowa and Hazleton. We still could be looking at some lingering 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with that storm across the county. Just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning for Harper County until 12:30 a.m. Let's head here to Harper County, just east of that, and there it is just popping up there for you on your screen. Looking at some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail possible with this storm. Let's put the normalized radar up there. But again, you can see there's actually no imminent threat for any hail across Harper County, but you see this green line here stretching from around Norwich down toward Harper, just east of Hazleton. That's the leading line of damaging winds that's pushing southeastward through Harper County with some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. So we're keeping an eye on this area of storms. Again, it's continuing to push southeastward, and these are our only severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Again, the new one just issued there for Harper County goes until 12:30 a.m. Central Time. The one here across southern Pratt and all of Barber County, that does go until 12:15 a.m. Central Time. Let's head here a little bit further north along this line right now, around Hutchinson, and getting ready to push in. In fact, pushing in right now to the western portions of Sedgwick County. There's a leading line of some strong wind gusts, not severe at this point, up to 50 miles per hour, maybe up to 55 miles per hour. We had some recent reports earlier of some 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts, so even though radar might suggest that we could be looking at some 60 mile per hour wind gusts, I think the Weather Service in Wichita deciding that with the latest storm reports there of only 50 to 55 miles per hour to let the warning expire. So again, that's going to be the case. Perhaps some 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts along this leading edge of the line. It continues to push eastward. That will be beginning to push into the western sections of the Wichita metro area here within the next 10 or 15 minutes. Let's back out the view even more, and we have some another line of strong winds further north along this same line that's continuing here through McPherson County, about to move through McPherson up toward Lindsborg and in the western portions of Saline County, northeastern sections of Ellsworth County. Again, some of these winds could be gusting perhaps up to 50, maybe 55 miles per hour as well as that line continues to push off to the east. Let's back out even more and kind of show you what's going on as a whole. And again, you can see behind this leading edge of damaging winds, we're going to be looking at some heavy rainfall as well. Let's take a statewide view right now and put it into motion. Again, you can see we saw a cluster of storms earlier this evening across west central Kansas, form more into a line now that's beginning to push into south central Kansas. Let's take a look at our watches that are in place. Severe thunderstorm watch here across the western portions of the state expires at midnight, so right about now that should be dropping off. There we go, right there. So we have one severe thunderstorm watch now in place, only one watch. It's in effect here for the yellow outlined area. That goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. Due to the threat for this line of damaging winds, it's going to continue to push southeastward. Reading up on things from the Storm Prediction Center and looking at things behind the scenes, let's move down here. In fact, let's just expand the view a little bit to show this in a little bit more detail. Again, the storms through central Kansas, they extend into northwestern Oklahoma. Hang on here, just got in a new warning. For Ellsworth and Saline counties until 12:45. We'll take a look at that here in just a moment. But again, the storm stretched down into northwest Oklahoma, south central Kansas. This is going to be the most likely area that's going to remain severe and begin to take more of a southeasterly track into north central Oklahoma here within the next little while. So this line of storms could begin to take more of a southeasterly track, I should say, into north central Oklahoma here over the next little while. And this is likely going to be the area that's going going to be the strongest here, with the greatest potential for some damaging wind gusts. Further north, again, you see severe thunderstorm warning, maybe an isolated risk for some large hail damaging winds continuing here into the overnight, but looks like further north the risk is going to be more for some heavy rainfall continuing. So again, that's what we're continuing to track. Let's head on to that new severe thunderstorm warning that we have here. It does include Salina right now. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Ellsworth and Saline counties until 12:45 a.m. Central Time. This storm moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail, perhaps up to penny size. So again, this is the leading edge of some of those damaging winds there west of Glendale, right around the Brookville area, west of Bavaria, west of Smolin. Again, Salina, you're included within this warning. Areas along I-135 there, and then along I-70. So that's what we're going to be monitoring. Again, that storm moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. So that's what we're monitoring with that storm hail, perhaps up to penny size. And that's going to be most likely here where you see those shades of pink. So again, we're monitoring that. Heads up to those in Salina. Again, some damaging winds and some small hail possible. So again, the line as a whole continues to push off to the south and east. Maybe some strong wind gusts up to 50, maybe 55 miles per hour within the Wichita metro area here shortly. But the risk for some greater significant, some severe wind gusts here are going to be across Pratt County, or excuse me, not Pratt County, Harper County, down into Barber County here over the next little while. So we'll continue to track things. Again, severe thunderstorm watch for central Kansas continues until 4 a.m. So we'll be here, continue to track the latest, and we'll be keeping you up to date.